What up? What up? Yo, Cecily, what up? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. It is that time where we get to prep for the Gauntlet. So, getting home from work, well, welcome back. That very relaxing moment when you take off your shoes and you just start unwinding. Peak moment right there. So, a bit of update on this character. We're now level 94 going to 95. Once we hit 95, I'm going to make those changes I wanted to, which is dropping Enduring Composure, picking up a Cluster Jewel with 35% effect, and attack, cast speed, yada yada yada, all of that good stuff. Then, this character obviously is in a spot where you can easily farm T17s. I can show you T17 just because yesterday I was running my T17, you know, as a sort of showcase with the new setup and the new AG and everything, and then Connection just decided to wet the bed on me, basically ended my stream for me. Very annoying moment, but we're back. But yeah, I like the current state this build is in. It feels very comfortable, very good. And what we're going to be doing today, oh yeah, and I changed my map strat to, or my strat to a map farming strategy, so it's stack decks. Reason being, I kind of want to farm T17 maps that I would then run myself. That being said, do I need to do that? I don't know. I can just bulk buy the maps myself as well, and I can just bulk buy the maps myself and run the strat I want to run. I just don't want to put that kind of investment because it's gonna be, well, I do have a lot of money because I sold a lot of maps today, but like, it's when I calculated, it was like I think the overall cost would be easily over 40, almost 50 divines for that the farming strategy I had in mind. So I'm just like, you know what, we're going to put a pin in that. Hopefully internet is decent today, fingers crossed. So far so good, at least. I've had decent internet. I haven't really been lagging or anything all day, so hopefully it continues along the same line. You know, the build feels really good. Like, I actually really like where it's at. Only thing I'm excited to do is get a regular stone golem in here, because with that stone golem and having like 500 passive life regen, it is going to feel so good. Also, I switched Immortal Call, and with our current setup, Immortal Call actually feels very good. I was very surprised. Previously, I thought because of my life pool, Immortal Call would not be that great, but it is amazing. It is actually doing so much. So we're back to Immortal Call on this setup. For those in chats, I mean, I didn't show this yesterday because I was messing around with PoB after internet basically shit the bed. But we have tweaked the setup a bit to allow us to have a third golem. Now we have slightly less block and whatnot, but it's all going to be worth it. So we have one more golem. This allows us to run a stone golem with +2 levels inside our ring, and with that stone golem we now have a passive regen of 568, which when you compare this with leech, that we can of course leech up to 20% of our max life per second with regular leech. That puts us at roughly 10% is 4400, so 880 plus 560, so that's like 1400-ish life per second when everything is going, which is a lot of life plus instant leech. So regen, basically with that done, once we get the stone golem, that is like the most common way I die currently, which is I run out of things to hit. Why is this going for 20? Oh. You have a lot of life regen. Yeah. Anyways, this main situation I die in this current build is dying when there's nothing to leech from, because I don't have much passive regen. So that stone golem is going to solve that entirely, as I'm looking forward to being able to do that. It's going to be a bit pricey to get +2 to life, to like socketed gems on the ring, but I feel like it's something I can just recombinate and should be fine. Like genuinely, I just need to recombinate it with 2 suffixes that I care about, and I could just do that and see how it goes. I kind of don't want to alt spam anything. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do one map showcase of, I guess, residents, just a T16. Then I'm going to do one T17. We can do Sanctuary or Ziggurat. I don't really care which one I do. And we're going to use the same exact Atlas tree. And just to show what the build looks like right now. Let's just roll one. Let's just roll one. I just like Ziggurat because I know the layout, right? With Sanctuary, I feel like I have to clear a whole lot of the map to get to the boss. And because of this layout, for the most part, I'm going to need to, what do you call it? For the most part, with Sanctuary, I'm going to need to, I would already have like altars gotten, and I don't want to like go through many altars before I click it, before I start taking the negative mods. So that's kind of why I like Ziggurat personally. This is increased crit, this is frenzy charges, this is fizz as extra. This is a rough map to run in terms of overall damage. It's a very high damage map, so we're going to run it. It's going to show how tanky we are. We might die because this is fizz as extra, it's frenzy charges, and frenzy charges on bosses work by giving them, or on monsters in this game, frenzy charges give 15% increased attack cast speed, as well as 15% more damage to monsters. So this is 60% more damage to any monster that has 4, because this is +1 to max as well. So this is crit on top of that, and we're not fully crit immune. We are, crit reduction is 65, so we don't take the full damage, but we still take some extra damage. It's about as much as our current intelligence will allow us to have. But yeah, because of our damage levels, our swords aren't even struggling in crit maps for the most part. Now I could be surprised, you know, there's a first map for everything, but nah, I shouldn't be touching altars yet. Conqueror map strat so has been pretty cozy. Oh, nice. Glad you're liking it. A part of me just doesn't like changing scenery so frequently when it comes to like boss rushing strats. I don't know what it is. I kind of like being in the map and farming the map. So boss rushing strats have always been an awkward spot for me, where I kind of like it but I kind of don't, you know. I'm pinned to the ground, can't move. But yeah, like so far this is just how maps go. I've also settled on these 4 as my flasks of choice. I could go for
death will never come for an immortal.
We should face her first. Oh, you're dead? I beat this boss so quick today, he didn't finish drawing all the lines for the next phase. So let's see if we can do it again. No. I think, oh he's already phased? Nah, he's still got all the lines down.
Arise, my children.
Okay. I should have moved. This is not a map I can't stand still.
Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
We have our swords back. Phased.
Mortal. Arise, my children.
Phased.
Feed.
But yeah, like in this boss fights, this is precisely the moment where Stone Golem would be amazing. Having the regen right now when there's nothing to hit.
Soul burns for me. Give your soul to me.
Oh wow. And she's dead. So that's kind of what the build looks like right now. So once with the new AG setup, even though it's a crit map, we have so much damage that it just doesn't matter. Like, they are taking more damage in theory, but they're also just doing more damage, killing more things, regening more because of the summon phantasms. Phantasms are doing more damage, so on and so forth. It just keeps feeding into each other, you know. So of course we are no longer immune to, like, what's it called? What's the name of the thing? And now we of course take every single negative alter, including minus fizz, because things typically don't last long enough to test my fizz, my PDR. So with our current defensive layering, we do not like minus PDR because that is how we defend against physical damage. We don't fully convert it or anything. So we convert, like, I think we're still less than 20%. So right now I'd say we're at 19% maybe. So we convert like 19% of fizz damage, and then the rest of it I would still eat with whatever PDR I have left after the fact. I fat fingered my dash instead of my convocation there. Shouldn't have jumped into the middle when I started taking damage, you know? It's not the smartest thing to do. But yeah, there is a universe where I actually swap out Carrion Golem. Like I move convocation from my gloves into my ring into my gloves. It's your favorite type of content, unironically. What is Conqueror maps, like boss rushing? Oh, and something to keep in mind right now is I actually have minus lightning res, so that's why they killed me. My lightning res is 52% right now because of the map, because of this. So just keep that in mind. If we die to lightning damage, that's why. But for the most part, we shouldn't be dying too often. Interesting. By the way, have you thought about what you want to run for the gauntlets, like build wise? This is minus recovery rate of life, so this is when you start seeing my life actually drop a decent chunk. Like my life is going to start bouncing around a lot more, because I've gone from relying on regular leech as well as instant leech to relying almost solely on instant leech. Also, I am considering switching from ethereal knives or ethereal knives of lingering blades. The reason being, there are a lot of ether modifiers that affect it, whereas Bladefall is not affected by the same modifiers. Like right now I have random directions. That's typically not a big deal, like it really isn't. But the problem is it's a big deal in Ziggurat, because, you know, blades that fall off of the map cannot be used. So with that in mind, it is more of a pain to summon swords and whatnot. We're not going to fully charge this because I think That'd be dumb. But yeah, the like you can see here, the explode just feels really nice to have. Like it feels really like nice. And I think that's all for the map. Oh no, there's that big chunk over there. I also switched my Pantheon to reduce physical damage when stationary, because I just realized that I actually spend a lot of time stationary because I'm summoning swords, right? I'm spending a good chunk of time stationary, like all of this, using lingering blades, using the summon, all the same. Love the idea of rotations. I do not. Like I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Mostly because I don't like the Pit of the Chimera, but I also understand I don't need to run that. But like I don't like that guy. He's a pain. Okay, so with the T17 shown, we can, and keep in mind that's a crit map, and we're comfortable. Once I get intelligence on one of my rings like this one, I should be, or even this one to be honest, I should be then able to, I have mana on both of them. Is there a reason? Anyways, I should then be able to get more crits reduction and get to like 90%. If I can get T1 intelligence roll anywhere like here, then you know I'm chilling. The question is, can I get a T1 intelligence? I will spend a bit of extra money for that, but I don't mind. I also like the minion move speed I have going on for me here. Like that's the only downside I find. I don't want to give up on my minion move speed, but even on this PoB, I'm able to solve everything while keeping a prefix two suffixes open for move speed. So in theory, I should be able to move things around and do the same thing if I just have good suffixes. This one has good suffixes, or fire could be better, but overall good suffixes. You have good suffixes as well. You know, bench crafted, third, like code and chaos, but it is what it is. It's fine. But yeah, if I could switch this from a bench crafted, and keep in mind I can't really mess around with this one with Eldritch Implicit unless I want to like remove a prefix. Is that what I want to say? Unless I want to remove a prefix, because I think that is what has to be done in Syrian Exarch is prefix, yeah. So I can only work on the prefixes because I'm not overwriting my Chaos Golem. That is not happening. I already spent a good chunk of money getting that. I'm not going to do that. So odds are what I'm going to just do is I'm going to leave it as is. Code and chaos. I'm going to figure out the res elsewhere. Yeah, I'm going to do, that's what I'm going to do. Then, but I'll probably just end up putting intelligence here. Trying to get a ring that has dex, res, and intelligence and work with that. And of course, good life. We'll see what I'm able to come up with in terms of minion movement speed. I also should be trying to get more movement speed from here. We have grand. We should be going for even higher than that. Like exceptional, but exceptional is too expensive. So I guess grand is fine. I guess. Trickster Archmage, I think. For tomorrow. I I'm undecided personally of at what I want to do, but that's what this stream is supposed to be for. I'm going to look at different options that I kind of want to play around with, and then decide. There are two options that I think take the cake currently for what I want to do. Option one is Chieftain, because he has easy 90 res and easy resistances. So with the Chieftain, I should be able to, at the very least, make Flame Wood totem supports work, because that is kind of the idea I have, to use that one on a decoy totem. That way I have this totem that is taking aggro from me at all points, and with the coupled with the explode node, I should still have like decent wave clear in the end game. That is option number one. And then option number two is going champion Bama. Now with champion Bama, I'm not even sure how I would go about using Bama. I would need a skill that would take me from campaign, or not campaign, from Act 1 to lab, that can deal with Izaro. Gauntlet Izaro, by the way. Let me check if there's more information on is. Oh shit, there is a lot of data mining information. Let me see if there's anything on Izaro. I'm looking through all these spoilers that have been data mined for abilities. Nothing here about Izaro, so maybe Izaro wasn't messed with, but I don't trust GGT on that one. I think Izaro would be Izaro would be a major blocker for anybody that's trying to rely on trans gems. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Whereas with Flamewood totems, I like Flamewood support. I get it Act 1. I don't need to worry about too much. I just roll, you know, like I'm really leaning towards Flamewood for that specific reason, because it's just easier to get going, but Bama does have much higher damage potential. There is also a universe. Let me see. Totem. All the way over here. I was gonna say there is also a universe where I go Slayer, start with totems, and then pivot to Bama when I get the trans gems. When I think about the gauntlets, when I really think about the gauntlet, what do I have in mind? What kind of tanky characters do I have in mind? I think I'm gonna go with the chieftain. Reason being, it's not using a bow. Because it's not using a bow, it has access to block. Block will be very strong for this. For the starts, it's gonna be very important to not just die, basically. So that we're gonna go Marauder, and we're gonna do decoy totem with Flamewood. Decoy totem with Flamewood, basically. And I might have to so a few things here. I would probably have to mule a ranger so I can have lesser multiple projectiles. Let's open PoE wiki and let's just see all the gems we have available on a chieftain for leveling. I guess on a marauder. Let's try act by act leveling. So this would be Act 1. What do I need for Act 1? I'm going to need res. I'm going to need life. Obviously, we're going to start out on the bottom side and just path through here. Picking up all the life I can. Picking this up. More life. We're going to be over leveling naturally. We don't need attack speed. We don't need any of that. We do need early res. Do I care about armor or do I just want to go? I care about regen as well, so I guess I'll just do this triangle. Get here. Do we have a fire mastery anywhere? Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. Galvanic field of intensity or penance brand of conduction. Which one should I pick from the lab? I haven't heard much about galvanic field, but I'd say penance brand is typically more popular. I would say check trade to see if there's any that's pricey. I don't know that any T gems would be pricey at this point in the league, but like none of those sound particularly good. We have nothing so far going into our damage. So I'm just going to search fire and see what the closest fire nodes are. There's this guy over here. I can easily path here, I guess. Fire damage with attack skills, no. No. No, okay. So I'm not going there. I guess we just have to rely on this guy. Which means we either 1, 2, 3, 4, or we go 1, 2, 3, 4. They're the same points from here, but by this point, level 14, we have 300 life already just coming from the tree alone, which is nice. Regen is basically non-existent unless we actively pick up regen, which we might want to. So like this. 3.25 Gauntlet. Totem. Yeah. We could go for armor and increase life. What were there was a document for, let me just go to YouTube. There was a document, if I remember correctly. I was watching Gaz's stream, and there was a document for the gauntlets, basically. Huh. This Zizaran thumbnail has Akali from League of Legends. Hidi Akali or something. No, it's I forget the Akali skin. League of Legends Akali skins. It's this one. KDA All Outs Akali. It's here. That was kind of interesting. I just thought, I was like, hey, isn't this okay? Wasn't there a document somewhere? Or is this the wrong video? I guess it's the wrong video. Maybe this one. we go. That's what I'm looking for. Modifiers will come Monday. Please check the link for our merch. Monday? This is what? This is Wednesday. We still haven't got the modifiers, except the data mine modifiers. I think I like a mix of mapping and bossing that matters, and that's what rotas feel like. I get scratch of bossing itch with destructive play. And with the guardian bosses, I also get to kill tons of normal mobs on the way. Like after doing other mapping strategies, I go do uber bossing after just to scratch that itch. I can get that. I can get that. But the thing is, with that strat, you're not doing much mapping, are you? Well, I guess you are if the boss arena is a distance away. Where's the table of contents? No table of contents. Prizes, random draws. Yeah, modifiers, we have them here. All right, so we're gonna have to deal with less damage taken and increased damage, attack cast speed, extra proj, and pen. Pen is going to be like the most painful of these sort, as alongside multi projectiles. Like at this point, we have nothing in the way of DPS, and our DPS may struggle, and eventually we want to ultimately path up to here, get all these. That is ultimately where we are going, right? Let me read flame wood just so I understand. Deals base damage equal to this of totem's life, and then this totem's life is just whatever. All of these are strength. This is dex, so I need some dex coming from somewhere that is not here, which is fine. I should be fine with it at a low level starting out at least. So what do we do next? I think we go something like this. We pick up max fire res, because eventually this is going to apply to all res. We pick up, is there anything we should be getting early particularly? I don't want to stack too much armor. Like I'm going to get decent armor from the tree. I do want to get early block. I think that is something I should not sleep on. This is level 15. Act 1. I should be done with Act 1 by now. Potentially. I could also just over level past that. But we'll see. For now, we'll just go with Act 2. I think this is where we need to start going for a bit more damage. And the reason I think we need more damage at this point is Oak. Fire dot multi is not really interested, and Fizz as extra fire is not ideal either, because this just does base fire damage. Yeah, it's just base fire damage. You know, for some reason I thought there was a totem life node. There is not. Okay, so this is not considered damage then. So what is the closest damage node I have available to me? Chance to ignite, fire dots. I don't have ignite chance at this point. So having fire dots is just awkward. Okay. I guess this is just where we beeline to get to. Yeah, I think that's the goal. We try to beeline to get here. We pick up Harthy. And then we pick up this guy. Herald of Ash or Flatfire. There really isn't any source of Flatfire. Critical Ignite Mastery. What Ignite Mastery? Increase effect of non-damaging ailments. No, that's not it. Do you mean like Fire Mastery? Fire exposure inflicts this. Burn enemies just have a chance to explode. Oh. Chance to refresh ignite on crits. I'm not going to ignite is the thing. I don't plan on going ignite. I plan on getting the regen 1 life per 1% on capped fire res though. 100% I plan to do that. Then once we have these two going, actually we might hold off on this and just go straight for this. Totem life is big damage for me. Totem damage is also big damage for me. Then 5% of damage from hits is taken from nearest totem. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Eventually, I think the highest life totem ends up being some other totem. Let me see. It ends up being, what was it again? Rejuve totem, I think. I think it was Rejuve totem. So eventually I want to use the Rejuve totem. But I think decoy totem is also fine. You know what? Rejuve totem is honestly not bad. You don't have to go ignite to use the increased damage bonus. Flat fire from Herald or anything will ignite for a lot of damage that early. Herald of Ash comes in Act 2, so we can definitely push for Herald of Ash. I also need to figure out my Act 1 gem. So let's just see what we have available to us. What we're going to do is there is a website I typically use for this. Let me see if I can find the link in my bookmarks. There we go. This is the guy. Plana Marauder Chieftain. So Mercy at the gates, we just get maybe Molten Strike or something. We're not interested in any of these support gems. Maybe Ruthless, but we'll see. Mercy Mission. We don't need any of them. Maybe Ancestral Call early on. So yeah, Ancestral Call. Breaking some eggs. We get Decoy Totem 100%. We are also going to pick up... I don't want to pick up Steel Skin yet, but I think it's smart to pick it up. What is reward 2 for breaking some eggs? Since when was there... I don't know. Anyways, we have Decoy Totem. Until we get a second totem slot, we're not going Rejuve Totem, but we might end up doing 2 totems, which is Decoy Rejuve. Once we get to here and we pick up Taunt for 1 second, we can take advantage of Rejuve. But 1 second is not long enough, so I'm still going to use decoys. But I kind of also have mixed feelings about that, so I'll probably just stick with decoy for the long term. But that Rejuve totem really has like good regen, so like it's really, it intrigues me, so to say. Okay, none of these I think are particularly good. I think I would like the idea of getting Frostblink, but at the same time, I would like the idea of Frostblink. Do we get any mobility skill shield charge? I guess we just go Frostblink. We'll have barely any intelligence in Act 1. Like literally we're just dumbasses at that point. We might have to pick this up just for stats. I don't know how I'll get dexterity and intelligence. You know. And then I mean, this act should be taken with a grain of salt because I don't know what level I would expect to be at these acts, but I'll just go with this. Regen. Actually, no. I don't want to go for this. It's a really strong mastery. But I would rather just beeline it up here. I would rather get DPS sooner rather than later. I don't care about Fizz as extra. I guess you said ignite early on, right? So we could do something like this. And then hits have a 25% chance to treat enemy early. Yeah, we'll go for that one. Let me just make sure there's nothing else that I'd rather have. Yeah, at this stage, this is all I want, really. Okay. Then we still path up. Now we have two options. This is Act 3. So this is when I have to start dealing with Dominus and whatnot, and we all know Dominus right now is going to be an absolute pain in the butt. So giving my totems just more survivability would be ideal, seeing as I'm going to need it alive. Like, it needs to be alive. I'm just going to say this is Act 3. Level 14 Act 3. I don't know who does that, but this is Gauntlets. Normal rules don't apply. Act 1. Where were we? Frostblink. So I would say Frostblink here as a solo link. This is going to be Molten Strike will probably be trash. Infuse your melee weapon with molten energies to attack with a physical and fire damage. The attack causes balls of molten this to launch forward from the. You know what we should do? So it's melee. Yeah, I think I see it. It's like there's magma balls being dropped. So I think Molten Strike is fine. I don't like how close you have to get to for it though. What is the other option? Ground Slam. I don't like the attack speed that comes with Ground Slam. Most likely. Slam skills are always slow. Oh, I don't have a weapon that it requires. But this is ground slam. Okay, ground slam it is. Why do I have melee splash in here? Oh, that's why. Yeah, I have lots. Random. Let me see if I have any Discord messages. Nothing. Yep. All of these are toxic sewers. Sounds good to me. So yeah, we're going to go for ground slam. Control V. Two more are required. We should have. Where's toxic sewers? I'm so not used to there being like space between underground sea and toxic sewers. Yeah. Oh god. These are maps I know match my rejects. Are they? Yes. Yes, they are. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 500 chaos. Thank you. Now we're at 3,000 chaos. We have so much money in chaoses now. I literally went from having like 100 chaos to having 3,000 chaos. Going for Gauntlet? Yes, we are. It's gonna be interesting to say the least. Well, I'll go ground slam with the highest PDPS axe I can get. Then ancestral. No, ancestral core doesn't work for slam, so in that case, chance to bleed is going to be what we go for until we can get our totem set up. So it's going to be ground slam, chance to bleed. What else goes with ground slam? What exactly does the Marauder start with? What support gem? Enemy at the gates. I think it's rootless, right? I think it might be rootless. Either way we can get rootless. So this is going to be what we start with, and eventually we're going to go into this. Then what else do we have available to us? Added fire damage is going to be useless for the totem, so we're not going to bother with it. Pick up flame wood supports. Maybe we keep added fire damage and we just run the totem alongside our melee hits for now, at least. At least it makes sense to do that. Have both of them, because like it's not like they're struggling to have the same socket or anything, right? So in which case added fire damage would be actually decent for it, and we can have added fire damage replace chance to bleed. Yeah, you go added fire damage and then just tick it off. All right. So now Hillock is dead. What else are we going to be doing? We can get Enduring Cry, which honestly would be very, very big, especially with all the pen we're going to be facing. Endurance charges are actually going to be even stronger. So how do we do this? What do we do? We pick up Vitality as well. We 100% want to get Vitality early on. Vitality. What else is, what are we gonna get? I think that's it, right? We have Frostblink, so we have some mobility. We have Vitality. Precision might be nice to have as well, since I'm not going to be going for accuracy until I drop the Slam skill, which I will probably keep for a while. Faster attacks. Is faster attacks even worth it? Rejects. Okay. $200 maps. All right, that is what's 800C. All right, let's go from the start. Let's just do Corrupted just to make sure nothing sneaks past Uncorrupted. We're going to leave. We're going to leave City Square for as long as we can. We're also going to leave Residents alone because right now we're farming Residents so that we can scry Nimbus card onto City Square. I hate that it scrolls down after each click. Like, am I the only one? So this is 60 out of 200. I'm just going to assume he did the math right and it is proper. Five divines. $58, just to keep track. 500, 800 by 140 is 5.7. Yeah, close enough. Corrupted. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to actually start from the bottom because this is annoying. $58, 118. How many times have I tried to click this one that it just refused to go in? This is 118, so we have this inventory full. Don't finish all your I have a lot to go, don't worry. I have a lot. Arcane is worried for his mappers. We have way too many. Don't forget, I still have a quad tab of toxic sewers I can let go of in a pinch. So this is 180 minus 2, 178. So now I need 22. 10. 22. X mouse button control. I should write that down somewhere. I'll send a message to myself with it. X mouse button control. I've seen them. They are insanely fast. X mouse is a god, so I didn't realize. Yeah, I should get it. Let me just look into it right now. So how does it work? I need to press a button and then I can use my mouse wheel to click, because technically I could do it with, because I can already remap my mouse buttons. Empyrean. Oh, nice. Let me see. I'll just download it real quick. And let's look up Empyrean's video. Empyrean Gaming X mouse. Let's see.
Next up is X mouse button control. I think I talked about this in another video, but this is really useful for dumping things fast.
11 months
let's
ago.
Pull out X mouse button control. I am using this to rebind my wheel up and my wheel down to be left clicks, which means I lose my access to scrolling in PoE. So I just rebound my zoom to page up and page down, but I don't really use that anyway, just so that I can do this. People ask me all the time, how do you click so fast? I'm just scrolling my mouse up and down because I have it rebound to left click with X mouse button control. This speeds up your trading so much, and it gives you, you know, more lifetime in your fingers because you're not doing this and destroying.
Huh. I mean, I could do that. I could do that. Think. Do I want to? Sure, let's do it. We're going to do it without... Why on earth did this go in there? So what we're going to do is we're going to just try to get. So we have our mouse. We have a PoE profile. We're going to switch the PoE profile to being duplicate this, rename, old PoE, and this is what last epoch should be using. There we go. Then actual PoE, we're going to use this profile. We're going to change, it should just be PoE. Okay. All right. Let's test it. We're not using. Okay. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a weird movie with your scroll wheel, but we'll test this out. Hopefully this doesn't can I choose default profiles? Because this should only be here during PoE. Enable and disable. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think I can enable and disable. Like if I go here, can I scroll? No, I can't.
Exile.
Okay. That's a problem. Let me see if there's any way. Razer Synapse default profile. So I should go into lighting.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Oh, that worked. Okay, cool. I think we have a default setting now. Okay. How do people do it really quick? Like I get it. I'm scrolling and I'm clicking, but like it's not as quick as people would typically have it go. If that makes sense. Like I've seen people just fill up an entire trade window in like 2 seconds. Maybe it's just how I scroll out though. Anyways, that's fine. Where were we? Okay, cool. It's working. The scroll will have the option to remove the clicks from it on it. I have different scroll wheel profiles. So like this one is probably going to be the best for trading in PoE because oh, let me see if I can find it again. There it is. I also rebound, scroll up and scroll down. I have an idea of what I can do, I guess. I'm gonna do something interesting. I want to see how it works. Nah, it doesn't work the way I thought it would. Okay then. It's fine. It doesn't have to be quick. So long as I can scroll on and do it, I'll be fine. But yeah, basically what I'm asking or what is happening here is like my finger runs out of room. I guess I can't do that. But like it's not going to flick for too long. I can rotate it and it's going to keep going, but not for too long. So anyways, back to the actual oh, not online. All right, where were we? Oh my lord, why are you not switching? PoE should not be the default, should be old PoE. Thank you. Okay, where were we? So Act 3, let's say I'm level 40, I have all of this. With this, I'm kind of set. Ten sets is 31 divine stash worth. Is that how much you spent or how much you got back? I could try to do this on Hero Fan, but I don't think that is... You know what? Conviction of Power is actually a very strong node this... I guess this Gauntlet. But this would be much tankier, I think. So for my first lab, which should be happening in Act 4... I should have Tassalio. This makes me unaffected by Ignite. I would obviously also have Purity of Elements by Act 3. I should also have Leap Slam, to be honest. Do we get access to fast? Yes, we do. Leap slam, faster attacks. Okay, cool. Next, Act 2. Act 2, we're probably going to be on Sunder. When do I get Sunder? It's here, Sunder. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. Precision won't... I don't have enough dexterity to really skill precision is the only problem here. But yeah, I think this is fine. Then in Act 2, we're going to be going Oak. Naturally, we need as much health as we can get. So we don't need to kill Oak, which is fine. Then we're going to be going... If I had to pick, Herald of Ash would be making a comeback here, or would be introduced here. In terms of support gems, what support gems do I have access to? Added fire damage is there, and then I guess combustion would also be there. I could use combustion for this guy, but I don't know. Do I have access to combustion even? Yes, I do. Okay. No, we don't have space. In that case, yeah, this guy should have combustion. By having combustion on Sunder, as well as Herald of Ash. I have minus reservation. Oh. Lol. Match character level. Vitality. Herald of Ash. Okay, cool. In terms of war cries, I could use Enduring Cry. Just so I have access to endurance charges. It's going to be regen. And I think here as well, I'm not going to do anything fancy with cries. It's just going to be the same thing. I don't rely on Defiance banner. I don't rely on banners because they're going to be temporary, and we all know how temporary. What if I just followed Pox's guide? What if I just follow Pox's guide and instead of going RF, I went totems? Because Pox is def playing the Gauntlet. Let's see if we can find something for him. Pox. You want to do RF? Yeah, I think RF might be really good for... RF might be really good for... whatchamacallit. Gauntlets. That's what I wanted to say. What is his website again? pox.com, pox.net. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to look at his Shift 10 RF startup. I'm going to see what he does. Open. We're going to see exactly what he does. And we're just going to do that. Because he builds tanky. Now, I'm obviously going to make changes. This is not tanky enough for me. I'm sorry. Holy shit, this isn't tanky enough. But I mean, level which to 4 to get these. Breaking some eggs, mercy mission. Rolling magma. Someone phantasm? I am gonna save this. Pox RF Chieftain. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna use this stuff. Life tap should only be maxed on RF and fire trap rather. So just rolling magma combustion, early prolif, flame wall, holy flame totem, yada yada yada. We're not going to be doing any of this. So basically he's going rolling magma instead of Sunder. I would go Sunder. Fuck it. I do think that I will be going this. I think it's important for the dexterity and the intelligence. I don't know where I'm gonna get the points from. Maybe I drop this and maybe I drop this for now, and in Act 2 I pick it up again. Maybe that's what we do. Then Act 3, all the acts are gonna have that. Okay, cool. Why does he go for fire dots though? Is it because of flame wall? I assume it's because of flame wall. Because rolling magma, does he have innate? Oh, he has combustion. Okay, I mean that makes sense. Cause like I really want the regen from here. Like I genuinely want the regen from here. Oh, this is a notable? We're not gonna get this too early though. And he just goes all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Okay. So what we're going to do, I have to think about this. I don't like the idea of rolling magma. And there are a few reasons why I don't like the idea of rolling magma, other than just personal bias, because I don't like rolling magma, right? But the biggest reason I don't like the idea of rolling magma is, where is this window? This. Emphasis on this. So I'm not too keen on rolling magma. But you know what I'm even less keen on? Being melee. I don't like the idea of being melee either. He goes scepter and a shield. You know, he goes double wand here. Goat's horn. I could in theory go a goat's horn and then goat's horn and shield. I could do that. Now I'm ultimately thinking, do I want to not do rolling magma? Because there are benefits to rolling magma, and the biggest benefit of rolling magma is it's a spell just like the totems, and because they are both spells, they kind of just scale together, you know. Now he goes combustion. Oh, this is me. Okay. He goes early focus. No, this is the wrong one. He goes rolling magma, combustion, early prolif. This allows him to have good ignite chance. So he's going to be igniting a lot. Flame wall, holy flame totem, summon phantasms, and added fire damage. Now what I'm going to do, if I had to use this exact leveling path, I would go rolling magma. I would go this link, but I would skip flame wall. Maybe I won't skip flame wall, but I'll skip holy flame totem because I plan to use a different totem entirely. But I also just don't like rolling magma, so there's that. That is like the biggest thing for me right now. I don't like this skill. Nah, okay. You know what I'm gonna do? We'll continue going with what we have right now. But Act 2, we're not gonna go Sunder. Act 2, we want to go a wand. We want to go Goat's Horn. Because this is considered a spell, right? Yeah, I assume it's considered a spell. So, if we are going to be going the ignite route, so this flame wood, instead of LMP, which would require a mage mule, we can go for elemental prolif, which gives chance to ignite, as well as just ignite spread. Same way here. I really like the idea of LMP though, so we'll see. Maybe I'll create a character now and just test both routes and see what works and what doesn't. Elemental prolif. Leap slam, faster attacks, enduring cry. If I'm going to go a goat's horn, no, I think I am going to go the axe. I don't know what axe yet. Two-handed axe. There is nothing that has even the slightest look of having. So if the option is between a two-handed axe or just going double wands, what's the difference? I want to have a shield. So what if I just did one-handed axe? PDPS would be much lower. This is like 7 to 13 physical damage versus two-handed axe, which is 14 to 24. 23 to 36. So like it's not even close. If I want to have good slams, I'm going to need an axe. If I'm going to have good totems, then I'm going to need then I'm going to need a wand. In this case, I'm just going to lean towards the wand. Ignore the slam skills. Ignore the ground slams and whatnot. Instead, go with I really dread saying rolling magma. I don't want to. I'm thinking about every single thing I could do to make sure I do not have to go rolling magma, like going smite, for example, but then that would require a not wand, you know, a sword, an axe, whatever. It requires a melee weapon. Or a scepter. Scepter will probably be the best. Or because we added fire damage, it will still have fire damage because it's phase base. Freezing pulse is also nice. It's a nice spell to start with. It doesn't quite mesh as well, but if I'm relying on my decoy totem for what do you call it, for ignites, then just any elemental damage is nice to have, not necessarily just specific to fire, especially going something like early res, like going all these nodes. But then I do want to path here because the regen is big. Because if I decide to go the route of, you know the biggest hindrance here, if I decide to go the route of rolling magma, I'm going to have to use rolling magma all up until this point. Like I'm still using rolling magma here. I don't like the idea. I don't like it at all. I do not like it at all. So yeah, we're going to remove the slams. I'm just going to put something else. What do we have available to us? There's freezing pulse, there's smite, and there is rolling magma. We'll just go rolling magma. Like I can fight it all I want. No points. Rolling magma. Combustion. Elemental prolif. So this is going to be what I start with on the Juggernaut. This allows me at least to be at a certain range. I may detest it, but it is what it is. This means for Act 2, we're at 28. I want to have this guy. I want to have this guy, which means 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Same amount of points, doesn't matter. I don't think I'm going to be level 32 in Act 2, so we're going to have to drop something, and if I had to drop, it would be you. We're just going to say 28 realistic, maybe, I don't know. Regen. Take a few points from here. Take this away. With combustion, this is not as strong, so I'll just remove that. Okay. I'll leave this as is. And what we're going to do next is we're going to figure out the skills section, how it's going to grow. Act 2, we're going to definitely need, well, Act 1, we now need Flame Wall. We might drop Enduring Cry. I'm just not the biggest fan of Enduring Cry. I'm really not. Because then I have to spam it whenever it feels like a conditional defense, and I'm not up for conditional defenses. Is the biggest thing here. Okay, everything else has been synced, so let's just go into Act 2. At this point, we still have Rolling Magma, most likely. Which would then still have the same links. Elemental Prolif. Is there a point in going to Ignites? Because in this case, this should just have LMP. Only problem is this requires a mule for a ranger to get. And I don't think I'm going to want to mule 2 different characters. But knowing how the gauntlet is going to be, just so I have the freedom to do whatever, I probably will. Probably. I probably will have them parked so if anybody died, I can restart, you know, like I can just buy the gear and whatnot. It's been so long since I used this death counter. Oh, I changed the text there. Interesting. But yeah, we're gonna have a death counter. It's gonna be annoying. The goal for the gauntlet, for me at least, is I'm aiming for maps. If I hit maps, I'm done. Like genuinely, I'm done. Herald of Ash, which is phase as extra burning, as extra fire damage, more burning damage, and I don't have the problem with Herald of Ash right now is none of my skills. Well, I guess the more burning damage would be nice before Ignite, but none of my skills as of this point do physical damage, so Fizz as extra is just kind of wasted. If I still went the Sunder route, then sure, but that's not what we're doing. We're going the Goat Horn route. Leaf Slam is no longer a possibility, so we just go get Shield Charge. What else do we get in Act 2? We get a whole bunch of support gems, if I remember correctly. Sharper and Curl. Nah, none of these are particularly good. Yeah, none of these are good. Heart of Ash is the only thing I can think to add. What if I go Ancestral Call, Molten Strike? What am I thinking? What if I did that?
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, Marauder? We offered you truth, yet still you clasped your superstition.
I want to see how it feels like. We're going to, of course, not be actually simulating anything. We're going to simulate like we have a mule. Imagine if this guy is actually going to be tough tomorrow.
The dead should remember their place.
I also need to make a loot filter because this is not conducive. So we would have to kill stuff here, really farm up the beach before we go face Hillock. So just keep that in mind. That is how intense the Gauntlet is set to be. So yeah, Rootless. So yeah, we will have Rootless.
My mana is gone.
I could have sworn I hit it, but it could be a case of accuracy. Oh god. Is it accuracy that's causing me to like miss? Am I just bad? I guess I should click on him. I almost died already. Yeah, we don't have the mods. No, that is not a good sign. Can you tell I'm not built for hardcore? Okay. So like I said, I think Smoked does gauntlets. Oh really?
Fine work with
Okay, so I said Molten Strike, correct?
sharp out there.
We would have Molten Strike. You see the problem I'm seeing here is I already do not want to. Evasion is nice. Also take the shield. I don't want to use a strike without Ancestral Call. So yeah, it might be just it might be an angle to go for, what is the name of that skill again? Molten Strike? No. Ground Slam. It might be a Ground Slam angle as quest reward. At least until, and then of course we go for a shield because screw that. I thought about two-handed, and even now I'm still thinking about two-handed, but like I don't think it's worth it. Going to just take this. So let's see how this feels. Ground Slam. So we now have this. We didn't find any gear in the shop. We have like what, 3 scrolls. We don't have Molten Strike yet. So this is what we do. We're going to walk around. This is basically how you play this. You're going to walk around and you're going to avoid the projectiles from the fire eaters. I am missing so bloody much. So you see these guys, you're going to be very wary of the fire eater cannibals wherever they are. You're going to want to make sure you don't get swarmed. So mana could be a bit dicey starting out. Like honestly, it could be very dicey. The good thing about the reason I went for Ground Slam is the AoE is just like this one, these cannibals. This guy especially, be very wary of them. Ellie Pen is nothing to joke with. This skill, yowzers, it is going to hurt tomorrow and it's going to kill many people. I can already tell. It is. Like this zone is one of the scariest zones for me because it's the zone before you have resistances. It's the zone before you have a lot of stuff to actually deal with. Like basically right now, only defensive I have is like having a shield. Now, granted, there's stuff I'm not seeing because of my loot filter, so you could potentially be more progressed than me. But for the love of God, don't touch this thing. Do not touch that thing. It will kill you so quick. So bloody quick. No. You see, whenever you see a projectile like that, you really want to just walk to the side. Because two additional projectiles means that if you walk straight, you're going to eat two different overlaps of that thing. And let's just say you're not going to have a fun time. And if you don't die, you will be stunned. And that will quickly lead to your death, especially with the hasted mobs. So I'm looking forward to the Gauntlet, though. I low-key am. I'm not much of a hardcore player myself, but it's gonna be fun. Once you see this guy, you just run. Don't try to fight. Just run. Don't stop. Just run. You do not want to fight that. Now, I don't know how feasible getting away is. It's probably not. Oh yeah. Bind logouts. So what you're going to do is you're going to do this and log out. You're not touching anything. You're not trying to zone. You're just logging out. Because what you can then do is you can actually come here, create a new zone. Now there's nobody waiting for you at the waypoints, and then just either go to Heoric if that's where you want to go, or go to the Roa Plains, which I feel like you might want to go to Heoric, to be honest. Like, Heoric is the play here. But Heoric also has like mechanics that you might not want to deal with. But Heoric is our source of ancestral call. So this is likely what I'll do, and I'll take my time in clearing the zone. Because I would want as many levels as I can before facing him. I forget what his extra moveset is going to be. Be very careful opening this when you're in a map. Very, very careful. Make sure you think you have like a screen of enemies clear. Of course, you click those things to see if you get just random materials like Scroll of Wisdoms like that. And yada yada yada. Here you definitely want to have a shield. Remember, shields give you 20% chance to avoid attacks, 25% block chance. And if you can, you want evasion as a body armor instead of like actual like armor or ES. ES is fine actually, but you don't want armor because oh yeah, I think Heoric is gonna have a minion. So this could actually be very rough tomorrow. Freeze. Clear all the odds. Make sure nothing else is willing to come near him or near you. And make sure he doesn't come near you. Don't get greedy with your hits like that. Make sure you have him offset before you go for the hits. Don't be like me. I'm trying to stay away from these guys. I would probably be dead tomorrow, I'll be honest. With all the pen. I don't quite like how tight that area is getting. This is where chance to bleed is very good for like ground slam. I don't know if we can have chance to bleed before this quest is done. But like chance to bleed is big here. I think he gives chance to bleed, to be honest. I think he gives chance to bleed. Then we get something like this, we have to use it if we can. Yeah, this is where we get a chance to bleed. But we're going for Rootless, I think. I'm going for Ancestral Call, and the reason for Ancestral Call is I want to try Molten Strike instead. So Molten Strike, Ancestral Call needs one more level. How do we do this?
Stay sharp out there.
I think instead of I think instead of Rootless, like if we have to pick, which we ideally don't want to, but if we had to pick, should we go Rootless or Chance to Bleed? We'll try Rootless since he has a stun. Chance to Bleed should be good DPS. So after all that killing, we are still not level 4. So we just take this area very slow. Roas are of course going to be very dicey. Ideally, by the time you're entering this zone, you found enough wisdom scrolls, or you sold enough items to have the wisdom scrolls to have a ruby ring. Not ruby ring, the health one. I forget the name of that one. But the health ring. The reason you want more health is if you have more health, you will be harder to stun, and the easiest way to die in this area is to get stunned by Roas. We're gonna go back to PoBing soon, by the way. I just wanna get to that level 4 and see what this is going to feel like. So here you just try to bait a few of them, try to thin them out. Get a tree between you and them. Oh shit. Okay, we're getting overrun. Be ready to log. Whenever you're getting overrun, your first instinct should be get ready to log. And have your log button very handy. Very handy. I honestly think one-handed might actually be the play for even these skills. And the reason I say this is... with mobs going to be... Do I need to hit for Ancestral Call to work? I do not know how this feels yet, so let's just play around with it. In theory, this should be decent for wave clear. But at the same time, this might just be a lot of extra effort just to not use rolling magma. You know? like when you have packs like this, sure, it has a lot of like different projectiles. It's going to be a big beneficiary of like the phase as extra, I assume. And just because of this, just because of the I guess ancestors, it's like it should have decent wave clear and already has like fire scaling, so to say. It's not bad. I'm just not convinced it's good either. You know. Oh, if PoE wants to have connection issues, tomorrow is not the day. I will rage. If it does that pulling me back shit, I'm just insta logging. Like almost every single time it does it, I'm just going to insta log. Like multi-strike is probably not a bad skill for me to use. I'm just going to need a 3 link to make it worth it, I think. Because in the ideal universe, maybe this is the play. Maybe it's when I get a 3 red link that I go something like Molten Strike.
Hello.
Could just use this, to be honest, but let's see. 3 red links. Let's do that and see what it feels like. Actually, no. This is actually perfect, because then we just slap on Ellie Proliff and we see how it feels with Ellie Proliff. And I guess we're also gonna try LMP just to, you know, I guess volley in this case. We're going to try these two just to see exactly how it feels, if it feels decent. We're going to do this. We're going to make one of these red. Actually, 2 of these should be red. Of course, I'm not saying we have the currency for this. More, I'm just testing things out now. So what if we had Elemental Proliff? That should really take this to being a very... Oh shit, we're going to get overrun. It should, in theory, give us a lot more DPS because it should now... No. We don't fuck with that guy. We don't fuck with him. He has a chaos damage over time aura that, like, as you can see, it's just doing damage to me. It's to the point where if you aggro him, you might just even want to log off. Nah, I shouldn't. I mean, it's not that deep actually, but just be careful when you run into him. Could get very dicey very fast. Anyways, level 4. We're definitely not over leveled, so we'd want to go back to the Aurora area and just clear it some more. Actually, we want to go pick up the reward, then clear it some more. Could we take decoy totem? I guess shield charge somewhere. I'm going to put this here when we're not going to use it. Then we just do this. And then back to the mud flats. Now, with decoy totem,
To kill is to
This is honestly not bad. Now that we have decoy totem, even without support gems, we can start doing stuff like this. And then we can actually take full advantage of like... We can then take full advantage of our ancestral call. It's honestly to the point where I would probably recommend... Bro, do you not see the thing there that says attack me? We need to make sure we don't do this tomorrow. But yeah, it's to the point where I think it might be in our best interests. It might be in our best interests. Let me see if I can make sure screens are clear. Just to make sure I don't have to worry about anything. Okay. So what was I saying? What is in our best interest? It might be in our best interest that to not pick up Quicksilver when we get it, but rather pick up a flask, a mana flask, because I mean, as you can see, this is quite intensive. It's taking a whole lot of like mana usage and whatnot. Do y'all know you hurt? Is there really a point in doing that versus just using ground slam? Let's see. Let's feel the difference in using the two skills. This has much wider AoE. And I think it just has more initial damage. And of course, it also uses less mana, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it does. I don't know. Oh, wait. Are you being for real? I never gave it early prolive. Oh, shit, I never did. I was wondering where the ignites were.
My mana is gone.
Okay, good. Maybe we stay away from this region. I think we do. Be careful of these chicks. This Tide Striders. Very dangerous bunch. Basically anything that's elemental, be careful of it until you get res, because pen is going to be is going to make things a whole lot more dicey. Okay. I think I'm decided that this skill it's decent enough to start with. it's a decent enough start to where as I go through the acts, I can get like added fire damage to put with Molten Strike. Let me see. Where is that website? When do I get added fire damage? Here. So here I go added fire damage instead of faster attacks. I would then put, this is after what? Cage Brutes. So after Brutus. We added fire damage and Ancestral Call. This one should be doing decent fire damage because this already has a 60% to fire. Now it's going to have, I don't know what a level 1 added fire damage actually entails, but I would assume, let me see, 25%. So that is 75%. That is 85% of its base damage as fire damage, or would be done as fire damage, basically. Then I wanted to test what this would look like with LMP. So let's see. Decoy totem is important, so I'm less impressed. So yeah, LMP. So then we move Molten Strike back here. Decoy totem here, Ancestral Call here, and then this guy would just get Flame Wood totems. That's what I was trying to think of. Flame Wood totem comes when? Here, Cage Brutes. So up until then, we're just using Decoy Totem. So it means we have to use Decoy Totem until we're done with Brutus. So whatever skill we use has to be able to kill Brutus. Okay. In that case, we're decided. We are very decided that this is not the route I am going. Rolling Magma it is. Like, it was worth a shot, but at the end of the day, when I think about Brutus, I think about, you know, distance. I think there is a boss I would like to not go close to, especially seeing as he's going to have attack, cast, move speed. He's going to have he's going to be very dangerous, TLDR, and he's going to be one-shotting our Decoy Totem. So by the time we face him, we're going to need multiple flasks, mana flasks. And we have to not be shy to log out. It might take a longer amount of time to kill him overall, but I would say it's probably going to be worth it to take the extra time rather than just die, you know? But yeah, Flame Wood is here, level 8, we're level 6. We can try to get to level 6 and just see what it feels like overall. Like, this is decent for clear, but for single targets, I would not want to use that. Just make sure you always drop your decoy totem. And don't do exactly what I just did. Instead, move it. And pay attention to it. So yeah, this is good at wave clear, but it's not good at much else. Versus just using rolling magma for the exact same thing and having just a better overall experience. Being able to be at range. Something else to keep in mind here is that it's going to be easier to freeze you tomorrow because you're going to be just doing overall more cold damage thanks to the pen. So basically, we're going to have 3 mana flask, either 3 mana flask and 2 life flask, or 3 or the other way around. But I think I personally lean towards having more mana flasks because if I don't have a life flask, it's very easy to tell that I'm just gonna log. But with mana flask, I might be tempted to like greed it, you know. Then you drop a portal there. Ignite is such a nice early game ailment. But like, see here, it's kind of awkward because of the tight turret, the tight space. I can't walk past the totem, otherwise I would probably eat shit for it. Level 7. This is what I mean. Always make sure your environment is clear. Like properly clear. Rip to the void mapper. Oh shit. Easy log moment there. Okay. The one thing that I'm really not looking forward to about the gauntlets is how slow it's going to be. See how at level 7 in a level 6 zone, we'd probably still be farming the last zone. This zone, make sure you don't go into the cliffs. Stay where you can see the water. If you go into the whatever, the ambush, yeesh. Here, I would drop this where the archers are not firing in my general direction. These guys are very dangerous. Be careful of them. They will shotgun if you let them. The guys with whites. They can't shotgun until they eat the corpse of an ally, so or eat a corpse pretty much. So like these guys probably going to run to the corpse soon. And this is why you have multiple mana flasks. No. Yeah. Let's just get mana flasks. If the game treats you like it has me and hasn't given you any mana flasks, you just get one. Where's the cheapest mana flask? There's none.
While we live, we are blessed.
Like Molten Strike is barely doing any damage to this thing. But because of the regen, maybe? I don't know why. But yeah, you see this thing? Stay away from it. Surely I level up soon. Oh no. No, not that guy. And once the goats start popping out, it's also you're definitely gonna want to have your totems up at all times. Yeah. The good thing is the Skelly archers are physical, so they aren't getting the pen or anything. It's just the increased damage and speed. I mean, when I say good, I don't really necessarily mean, oh, it's amazing. It's just not as bad. Did I not activate? Did I not get Frostblink? I also noticed this thing. Its single target is unideal. Like Molten Strike, it doesn't really have single targets. Surely I level up soon. Do not step in their path like a complete dumbass. Finally. Finally. Jeez. We're going to remove LMPs or volley. So this is going to be what the skill would actually look like the moment you get it. I think we just go there. Or better still, I think we actually prioritize this into this. Yeah, I think that is actually the play. But yeah, the moment we beat Hillock and we're able to get this, we finally have something that does decent damage. Especially for the mana costs. But this is the boss area. I would not fuck with here. If you spent... Molten Strike might not be it if it's so rippy. Oh, I'm not going Molten Strike. I've already decided that Molten... I would be going... What's the name of that? The skill I don't like? Rolling Magma. That's what I'm going to be going. I was just too lazy to switch out of Molten Strike. I don't plan on going Molten Strike. Its single target is bad, and then I'd have to be melee-ish, even with Ancestral Call. Like, no. But anyways, if I take the time to level up a... What's what I'm looking for? A Ranger. This is what my Flamewood Totem would look like. Or nothing. Again, we'll be getting Flamewood Totem. Wait. Hold up. After the Cage Brute, PoE Wiki. Flamewood supports. We get as a Marauder. Yeah, after Hillock. So yeah, this is right. But yeah, this is what it looks like with Volley. Volley doesn't work with it. I guess Volley doesn't.
I cannot do this yet.
The more you know. It means GMP is the answer. And if GMP is the answer... If GMP is the answer, then we're probably better off not muling a Ranger, because I'm not GMP, LMP. LMP for a Ranger, I believe, is not for quite a while. Like, you use GMP until, like, I think Brutus, maybe? Yes, Brutus. Julius also has it, though. Witch has it, but I'm not gonna mule anybody to Brutus. That is not something I plan to do. So, green sockets effectively doesn't mean much to us. So what do we do at that point? What is our last? I think blue is the play. So we can go Ellie Prolive, which would give us red, blue. This would give us a chance at igniting. And this guy would just have combustion. You have combustion, Ellie Prolive. This guy will have Ellie Prolive. No. If I'm going to ignite him with rolling magma, I might as well do something else with this guy. What are good support gems I have access to at this point? Rootless doesn't apply here. Ancestral Call. Oh, I have Volley? I didn't even know that. Chance to Bleed, Rejuve Totem, Decoy Totem, Devouring Totem. Why would you want this guy over this guy? Over the Rejuve Totem, rather. This guy needs a corpse, and it's, I guess, because it's Leech. And he also gives mana as well. That's the only reason I can think of to use Devouring Totem. Anyways, there aren't many good support gems, so you know what I'm going to lean towards.
Be well.
Honestly, I think this guy is going to be from Hilric, so I'm new to Hilric. But I think if I can get someone Phantasms, Phantasm supports, let me just confirm. Mercy Mission, yes. On which, yes. Okay, cool. So that would mean I could give. So basically, before we face Hillock, we're gonna have Decoy Totem, Rolling Magma. We could go for Holy Flame Totem, but I don't think I like the idea of not having the decoy. So we still go Decoy Totem, we still go Decoy Totem. Then here we're gonna go Summon Phantasm. And then here we have Early Prolive. This is going to represent my Rolling Magma. And then eventually when we get to Siosa, then we can actually get GMP for this thing. Like, this is still fine. And now we have Phantasms that can help us just deal damage, distract the enemy, case maybe while we're doing this. It's just DPS, you know. DPS distraction. This is a zone you definitely want to take slow. And you definitely don't be like me without a mobility skill. You want to have Frost Blink. Ow. Is Summon Phantasm really the best I can do? Like, even with a wand, right? Is that really the best? The wand would give me flat fire, at least a bit of it. What else can we do? What other support gems do we have available to us by Mercy Mission? Arcane Surge is an option, I guess. Where's the witch? Early Prolive, Summon Phantasm. Hold up. Question. Why don't we just mule a Scion? We get Ancestral Call, we get Arcane Surge. We get Chance to Bleed. We get... I think Arcane Surge is actually the best thing to use, by the way. In case you're... Like, Phantasms are nice and all, but I think they just die instantly. Like, they're already dying and the mobs aren't even, like, empowered like they will be tomorrow. So I think Arcane Surge is the way. Because there's no green gem I would rather have here. Except maybe something that has flat damage. Flat damage would be nice. Like added lightning would be fine. But I don't think we're going to get anything like this for a while. Added lightning. Added fire would be shite. Because this is base fire. Chance to poison could be decent because he has added chaos damage, I guess. So let me see what it feels like with Arcane Surge. With Arcane Surge, I shouldn't need to have as much in the way of like mana, I guess. Okay. Arcane Surge isn't working. This is a spell, but somehow this isn't a spell. Oh, if I had to say, I would just go Chance to Poison. It's like the only thing I can think of that has, like, it has... Um, 15 Divines for this guy. This guy just randomly crafted one day. Has insane crits, it has damage, it has life, it has minion skill damage. Thank you. Easy 15 Divines. Thank you. Alright. Where were we? Honestly, I think it's just a decoy totem, flame wood angle until, and then just focus on the other one for the DPS. So that means we're going to be focusing on rolling magma and flame wall for our primary DPS. Like, this is fine in a 2-link until something happens, and that something is when we have more support gems at our disposal, then we can look at getting it into a 3-link. But and that is typically after what's her face, after Brutus. After Brutus we get flame wood, which is where we actually get flame wood, and then we get like added fire does nothing anymore. I'm going to have combustion already because my rolling magma will have combustion and elemental prolif as its 3 links. What does rolling magma look like with volley? Does it even work with rolling magma? I assume it does. I see no reason why it wouldn't. Rolling magma needs a blue, volley. Well, 2 blues, I think, is in order. 2 blues, 1 green. Yeah, something like this. Rolling magma, volley, and then elemental prolive, something like this. And then we're just going to have a flame wall somewhere.
Godslayer.
So yeah, this is why I'm thinking going for this is the play, because it just gives us dex and int. But yeah, I might as well get used to rolling magma. Barf. Can you tell I don't like rolling magma? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I kind of just forgot that I linked it with volley. I mean, I don't think I recommend this.
My mana is gone.
Yeah, I don't think I recommend it. Well, you know, even though I linked it to volley, I was like, I still was kind of expecting a one hit. I know this thing doesn't shotgun, by the way. Rolling magma doesn't shotgun, so there's no point. But yeah, this is the place that we're gonna be using. Okay, we're done. I think that's enough testing.
The slave is not a man. A slave is not even worthy of death.
Yeah, I think that's enough testing. We're probably going to delete this character. I don't think I'm going to last long playing rolling magma. I really don't think so. So what can I do in the meantime? I use rolling magma, get past Hillock, we have our flame wood going. We still don't have any support for flame wood per se. Added fire damage doesn't, like, none of that helps. What if we just embraced Holy Flame Totem? It won't have a taunt, so we'd be more in danger. And when I mean more in danger, I mean like significantly more in danger. But we have more overall DPS. For what it's worth. And then maybe after Caged Brute, we can then shift to Decoy Totem Flame Wood. Maybe that's the plan. This one doesn't matter. Nah. I thought about what if I went Absolution, and I was like, nah, they won't survive. Okay, back to planning. Pox takes RF by level, like by this guy. He already has his RF linked to early focus burning damage and eventually efficacy. If I go with 21 on all of them, his life regen is already 601. That can't be right. No, but he does have ruby rings. But where is he getting the, you know, non-fire res from? He's capped on all res. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're going to cap ourselves on all res before we try to scale fire to the moon. So we're probably not going to use RF starting, you know, now. Probably not. So we're going to keep doing what we said. Rolling mag. Oh god, we're not doing rolling magma act 2. I'm sorry, it's not happening. We're going to figure something out. I don't know what it is. I will need something different. Looking at act 2's 3. Looking at act 2's 3, what are we looking at here? Huh. I think the soonest we turn on RF is when we actually get Tassalio cleansing water. When we get it, that is here. This is the soonest we can go RF because it does allow us to scale fire res to the moon with all our suffixes. Because if we get to 200% fire res, we're capped on all res, and we would have 200 life regen per second, right? And 200 life regen per second, then you slap on this guy, which is percent life regen. It's pretty good. And then throw in the 50% here. By the way, this is 56 points used. This is 50 points. At this point, you want to go here. Looking at this, it means at this, like this early stage, we'd be going for ignite. We'd be going for ignite flamewood totem, which I don't know. Let me see. What does he do? When does he swap out the rolling magma? Armageddon brand. When do I get Armageddon brand? Please don't be Act 3. I beg you. Please, Zombie Act freaking 3. Armageddon brand. Templar gets its Act 3. And then we just... why? Holy Flame Totem. Can we see its life here? No. I guess PoEDB it is. Holy Flame Totem. What does Holy Flame Totem of Ire do? I just realized that is a transfigured gem I don't think I have seen talked about. Summons a totem that channels to fire a stream of flame and nearby enemies and create an area of conk ground around the totem. Modifiers to number of projectiles do not apply to this skill. It has more proj speed. So you just have the one stream. So basically this is just the single flame, just one direction, literally. It's going to be a longer flame and it's going to be same base damage. Yeah, I would just go for regular Holy Flame Totem. God damn. Maybe if you're going for... Nah, there's no universe where it's better. Anyways, we're here looking for its life. Okay, we do this instead. Holy Decoy Totem has totem life base life of 1478. $1241. No, 440 base life. Jeez. Wait. We have to put them on the same level. 1241. 1793. So this has 1,700 life, while this has 1,200 life. They look like they have the same base life, but I think on the skill gem there's more totem life, which we're not gonna have access to. But meh. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, to be fair, what it lacks in health, it will make up for in damaging itself, but at the same time I don't think I'm interested, because it does mean it will die fairly often. Nah, level 50 by Act 4 is kind of wild. I think this is kind of high. 'Cause Anyways, I guess I just keep this until Act 3 where I go Armor Brand. Armageddon. I could also try to think of something else to use, but I'm honestly fine with brands. In Act 3, we want LMP. Over leveling for every engagement in the game. Yeah, we have to. Have you seen what they have in store for us? Nah, we have to. Like even facing Izaro scares me. That's how bad it is. Like going for first slap terrifies me. By Act 3, I think we drop Herald of Ash. And instead, we go Purity of Elements. So we go Armageddon brand, yada 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 yada. Decoy totem, this. Act 3 also sees the introduction of curses. So we go flammability. And this is the point where I think I might be confident enough to try Righteous Fire. Righteous Fire. Fox, where you at? Do I even want Righteous Fire nerf in my region? That is the question. Early focus, burning damage, and efficacy. So we have Armageddon brand and decoy to these two. We also have Armageddon brand for good measure. So this would be, let's say, chest piece, boots, helmets. We need our defenses. So this is where we also unlock automation. So this is where that's when damage taken unlocked. Oh god, connection is already being iffy. That's fun. My connection can't keep doing this. Cast when. Is this because of... Oh god. This is pissing me off. So you're telling me 2 nights in a row, my connection starts acting up. My lord. This is the kind of thing that makes me think I might just start paying for Wi-Fi at some point soon. Because like currently I don't have to pay for it, so I'm just like, you know what? I don't pay for it. It's not the biggest deal, you know. Comes as part of my rent, I'm chilling. But if it's going to be this unreliable, I might as well get something that I'm paying for but is reliable, because what the hell? Uh yeah, it's still struggling. Are we back? Nope, spoke too soon. Are we finally stabilizing? It's kind of looking like it is. Maybe. We're back on green. Hopefully it sticks. Can y'all hear me? Okay. It looks like we might be back. Okay. I'm going to assume you can hear me. Everything looks fine. Cast when damage taken opened. So let's see. What am I missing for this? When do we get it? That's what I came here for. Act 4. All right. Glad to be back. So we have, yeah, I guess we just automation steel skin at this point. Do we have enough sockets for everything I want to do? Like if, let's say this is on the body armor or helmet. This takes the weapon, this takes the offhand. Right? Or the other way around. Whatever it wants to be. then we still have helmet, boots, gloves to fill stuff with. And if they have 3 sockets each, which I think could be reasonable. Can hear you. Oh, okay. You might be a bit delayed, I think, or I might be a bit delayed. I don't know which is which. Either way. Well, it should be something that can be fixed by refreshing the stream, potentially. Or pausing and playing, I think, could also do have the same effect. Anyways. So if every single other piece of gear has 3 sockets on average, or 2 sockets, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 9. So yeah, we can technically fit in steel skin and automation. Something like this. Oh my lord, the connection is gone again. Okay. We might be stable again. Maybe. I don't know. It's back to being green at least, so I assume it's a bit stable. Still fine so far. Hopefully it stays fine. Like it's been quite annoying. Cause like when I was annoyed, it literally said 0 kilobyte per second and it was on red. So it was like it just wasn't broadcasting or wasn't sending anything. Hopefully it keeps the green. We'll see. For now, what else are we gonna do? This is Act 3 and we are level 50. No, this is Act 4 and we are level 50. I don't know what level is typically. I know Act 3 you're typically like level 30 something. Act 4 you're maybe pushing 40 something, but you know what? This is the easiest way to do it. This is the easiest way to actually find out. We're back to yellow, back to red. Fun. Very fun. Still on red. Now it's on green. Hopefully. And you know the worst part about this typically is that, look at that, 1000 ms. The worst part about this is typically when I end stream, PoE is fine. No lag, nothing. It's almost like the connection issues did not exist. Yet, before I hit end, it was like nothing could happen. PoE, OBS, nothing. Like, jeez. I'm clicking. Nothing's happening. Okay. So in Act 4, the scariest place is level 40. So being level 50 is overkill. Level 46, maybe. Like, maybe this. Maybe this by Act 4. We just got added in the TLI Discord. Did we now? No, I didn't get added. I can see at least. Nothing new here. Then again, my Discord is also having connection issues, so there is that. Fuck Gauntlet. Fuck. You said dev blog? A peek behind the curtain. We hope today at 9:18. Game news notification. Oh, that's why you got it. Our team has been in full on crunch mode, working tirelessly on our upcoming season. We're not aiming to make it. We're not just aiming to make it big. We're also focused on massively improving the core game experience and addressing some of the community's most contentious issues. This meant a longer season than usual, as well as intense internal testing. Behind the scenes, we're excited that most of the content for the next season is now finalized. Season 6 script is complete, and we are currently on the thick of editing and shooting all the promotional content. Our new season content is starting soon. Your patience will be rewarded, and we promise to start filling you in on all the juices as soon as we can. Any part of the Torchlight community, your support, citizen, fuel, passion. So something winter related. This is a mountain. This is an actual video. This doesn't look animated, or at least if it's animation, it's very poorly done. But yeah, I think this was actually like recorded with a machine blowing the quote-unquote snow. What I think this is. Fuck rotation. Yo, my dude is actually going through the different stages of grief before the next release, whenever that is. We're back on red, so I don't even know what I want to do at this point, because connection is clearly not letting up. So like, whatever. Anyways, let me look for where all the totem clusters are, just so I have them in mind. I know there's this guy here. There's this, and this. Okay, cool. Yo, how many stages of grief are you gonna go through before PoE 2 shows up to save us all? Nearby enemy monster fire res against dots is 20% while you are stationary. So what are all my ascendancy points going to be? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and I think number 4 is going to be this guy. This is Act 4. Copy. This is Kitava. For Kitava, we are going to overlevel. A lot, but I don't want to. Don't worry, PoE 2 shall be here soon. It's just what? It's literally less than 2 months away. Less than 2 months away. Let that sink in. We just have a month and a half. Actually, a month and like 3 weeks. But like, that's all. So level 45 is what we need. So we're going to be pushing for level 45. So we should be pushing for level 50? Question mark? Yeah, level 50 seems like the way to go. So we're going to be doing probably this. Jesus Christ, what the hell? Net life recovery is what? Excuse me, what? Oh, this is because I don't have capped res. I'm not too worried about that. If I just pick realistic gear, amulet, something probably int related. So we're looking at, what was the int amulet's name again? It's not jade, it's not amber. I know that too because I always use them. Lapis, that's the one. Lapis with crafted on fires. Just pure fires. Then ruby rings. With, you guessed it, fire res. Already we're capped. Already our regen looks... We need this much investment just to cap? No way, right? Just to get positive... But that's wild. That is actually wild. I'm thinking at some point here, we also want to get someone stone golem. He might not live long. I don't think I'm going to use RF, I'll be honest. Like, I could be regenerating 200 life per second. Or I could be regenerating 400. Pick a pick. Like, granted, it's going to give me a good chunk of DPS, so there's that. But until I figure out all my fire is coming from the, granted, just having 2 ruby rings and fire res seems to be enough, as long as I need a lapis amulet with fire res and of course purity of elements. They seem to be enough. So this is a 49 angle. Honestly, maybe before we even go for all of this, we might just want to double down on the regen. Just so we have the regen. Not sooner than Act 4 though. Yeah, seems about right. I really do not want to die to anything, but least especially non-one shots. Copy Act 6. This is where we go for this. You. Yeah. Act 6 is level 50 zone. So level 54, 55. Seems about right. Act 7. Keep in mind, I have no idea how tanky I actually am at this point. I haven't gone for much in the way of like I should probably go for more DPS, and I probably will. This tree is essentially very subject to change. Like very much so. Like I can't do this long as traveling because before we even do this, that reminds me, I should have gotten this much earlier, bro. On every single piece of gear, if I just were to get rare everything, rare armor, helmet, and you just give it crafted fire res, you get the gist. Just keep throwing fire res at this and we'll keep getting life recovery or a lot of regen, pretty much. At what stage did I say I was going to take RF? Act 3. That means Act 3 is where I need to pick up this from, which means I need to drop some other stuff to compensate. So like probably this. Wait. Not all that. Chill. Wait, level 44 in Act 3? Hell no. $32. So what is a decent level? 42 is too high. The question is, if we use RF at this point, which I don't think we will, I honestly don't think we're going to use RF by this point. So yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I don't think we will. We just want to have all of that regen in Act 3. Just to make sure we don't die, you know. Act 6. Let me see what the things Pox prioritizes. Oh, he prioritizes this over this. Okay. Maybe we're not gonna do that. But we do want to get this. Act 6 is level 50, so level 50 something. Honestly, this doesn't seem like overkill. Like level 57 doesn't feel like overkill. And the reason it doesn't is that dude, what's his face? Brian King is gonna be a pain in the butt. I know he's gonna have waves from the pirate boss and some other mechanics like that. So nah, this actually doesn't seem like overkill. But what does is the lack of aura effect. So maybe instead this is where we want to go first, because if we can get, maybe the other way around actually, because if we can get more auras so we can bench vitality. I think we can bench vitality at this point. Yeah, we can. So now we freed up a lot of our mana. So instead we would be going something like malevolence here. RF would benefit from this. Purity of elements, still fine. Maybe we just, actually I think we scratch this, we go determination. We probably even want determination before Kitava. No, I just realized something. This is Act 3. I've been making changes here. I shouldn't. Act 3. Everything here is still feasible by Act 3. Copy. Act 4 plus. This is where we replace this guy with determination. Let me go to the Act 4 3. Okay, no, can't. It's Act 5 we should be putting determination in. Which means before we even prioritize all of this, we want to get this first. Then we want to do this one. I don't particularly feel a need for Ancestral Bond yet. Because once I pick Ancestral Bond, I can't use RF and I cannot use Armor Brand. I'm just now remembering. So by the time I'm picking this, I better be ready to do nothing but use totems. Just totems. Also, there was a video I think I remember seeing. Let me see. PoE Flamewood Totem. Well, this is Gauntlet, so we might as well see.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Just wanted to quickly share with you guys my Gauntlet experience over the past couple days. Where I started, where I've gone, where I've been, and I don't know where I'm going, but probably not very far. I originally wasn't sure I was going to play. And then right before the stream on Friday, I just was like, you know what? Don't be a baby. Just play it. Just play it. And so I booted it up. I was like, I'm not even going to make a build myself. I'm just going to pick the most recommended, safest build that Zizaran says. So he made a video for Righteous Fire Chieftain, I hadn't played a chieftain since he was reworked, and I figured, why the heck not? Let's just dive into it. So starting off, it is pretty painful to mule over. You have to go all the way through the Roas. You have to do Breaking Some Eggs to get Frostblink, Flame Wall, and Rolling Magma from a Templar. You have to mule that over to a Marauder because he gets nothing, and you don't want to level with, you know, Heavy Strike. Muled those things over, dodging the Roas. We just took it really, really slow. Act 1 was fine. Act 2 was fine. Just took it really slow. The nice thing is the Marauder, especially if you're building into something, if you're planning to go Righteous Fire, you go into a lot of max fire res. You go into as much life regen as possible to counteract that. Now, I'm going to say nerfed. I know Captain Lance is saying it's not nerfed, and at the highest level, it's fine, and it's fine with Juggernaut still. But I'm going to say, at least for League Start, Righteous Fire felt pretty bad. Sorry, Zizarin, but I never felt comfortable swapping over to RF. I actually ended up taking Rolling Magma all the way until Act 4. I was actually almost at Malachite.
That sounds disgusting.
And I was just like, every time, I just went all in. I had the uncapped Fire Res Mastery. I had as much max res as I could. I was following the tree exactly. And I could sustain my Righteous Fire. I could just sustain. But the problem is you have to play melee range. Like, you know, swapping from Rolling Magma into that, you have to get right in the monster's face. It was pretty low DPS. It was a noticeable DPS loss going into Righteous Fire. Fire Trap, of course, helps a little bit there. But I did not like the experience of having effectively 0 life regen, coming off of very high life regen. I had like 30% life regen per second, and then going down to 0%, and then having to go from range to melee. I actually felt much, much less safe, even in Act 4, when supposedly I should have been online. And yeah, I just didn't like it. I didn't feel comfortable with it. I know people have made it work, but we're just spitballing ideas around on stream. And
Scorching Ray?
I don't know where this came from. I think someone suggested trying out Flamewood Totem support. Basically what this support is if your totem gets hit, it will, with a 1-second cooldown, shoot out projectiles, much like Blast Rain. You can link something like GMP, make it shoot more projectiles, and do more damage. It does grant it to your character, so any increased damage, much like scaling totems in general, will scale, you know, increased spell damage, increased fire damage. So that's actually what I ended up doing, is I swapped over to Flamewood Totem support, and it was really cool. It's a very interesting setup. Unfortunately, I had taken the first mastery for Righteous Fire, which was Tessalio, going for the max res, going towards Velacos, so you could just hit, you know, all of your max res. And we do want to get that eventually anyway. But what you have to do is your totems have to taunt. They have to get hit. And until you get a Rangui, which is the totem's taunt ascendancy, until you get that, you're struggling, and you actually need to use Decoy Totem, which, you know, is cool. Decoy Totem's great, but it's the cooldown totem, which has a huge downside of only being able to cast 1 at a time, and you're just not going to have a bunch of totems down doing a lot of damage. And I had to struggle with that all the way until I did my Merc Lab, because there's no way I was going to get enough regrets. Also, that's the other problem, is I had to regret a lot of points to switch from the Righteous Fire setup. You know, I was
There's no taunts node anymore.
I had to unspec all of these points and get into Panopticon, and then go all the way up until Ancestral Bond and Primal Manifestation. So I was using just Decoy Totem all the way until, what was it, Act 8 or so. And then I was able to do my Merc Lab, Act 7, Act 8, whichever act that is. Did my Merc Lab, got my Rangui. Then I was able to switch over to Rejuvenation Totems, which are better, which are way, way better. You can have up to 4 of them out at a time when you have Ancestral Bond. They also scale life exceptionally well. They get more life multiplier from their quality.
You see, there's a problem here. There's a very big problem. That is, right now, I think they removed that mastery. It doesn't exist anymore, that I know of at least. There is no taunts. It's just explode, which is fine, but like, you know, I'm looking at this. And I'm thinking, how can we make this work? Because I think this is what I want to go for my last my last ascendancy. It seems interesting. Increases and reductions to other damage type apply to fire damage when you use a non-unique jewel. So like if I put a gem here, this would apply to fire damage, these minion damage nodes, so I can double dip and still go for spiritual aid. Where else do I have increase and reductions around the jewel sockets? Here doesn't really have too much, but I guess I could. Like this, I think would also apply to fire damage. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, the only taunt we have with totems now is this guy. Taunt for 1 second around when summoned, which is awkward. So the alternative is, if I remember correctly, there should still be a cluster jewel. It should be a medium cluster jewel. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly my end game is going to look like. And I think it's ancestral. For preservation is nice, but not that. It's not here. There's nothing like taunt here. What else is there? There's clearly no totem. I think it's just medium clusters. If it's not totem damage over projectile. Taunt enemies on hits. It's not enough. 10% chance. It's not enough. Would you have to do this? 100% chance to taunt on hits from the champion. Having a 100% chance to taunt on hit means the moment your totems hits, they should be taunted. Nah, I don't know. I think they will be taunted to your totem. I think. I could be wrong. Huh.
And if the monster's doing a cleave attack or you're doing clear, you drop down 4 totems. They all taunt the enemies. They get hit. And then the shotgun projectiles come out and do a lot of damage. I would love to plan to go into the Black Zenith setup. I know all about that, but that's way later. I don't think I'm going to get to that in the Gauntlet. It's a really cool skill. It's a really cool idea.
No, it's
and I
not.
think as a utility totem for a...
It just means it just means I'm going to stick with decoy totem. I can't do the 1%. And while the other totems have more life, decoy totem is just, it just taunts through its entire duration. So I think I just have to use decoy totem is all. I just have to maybe scale a bit more into totem life. I don't know. It should be fine though. Like it should be completely fine. Like I'm not bothered about it.
A regular totem builder, even as utility support gem, when you're doing encounters that you know you can taunt the enemy, and if you're already scaling projectiles especially, I think there's some potential there for using Flamewood totem support in general. And I was just very surprised at how strong it could be if...
I just ideally would like to have a rejuvenating totem, because it is a lot of regen going on there. You know, it's a lot of regen coming from Rejuve Totem, and I would like for that.
If you could taunt the enemies. Unfortunately, many map bosses and many enemies cannot be taunted. Not regular enemies, there's a couple, but primarily just zone and map bosses. Kitava, for example, cannot be taunted, and it's incredibly painful and obnoxious. That was the experience there. This is a cool little setup.
Really?
I'll just go over it really quickly for you guys. You can see where I am in the gauntlet. Quick little update of how I'm doing. I am rank 91 chieftain right now. I'm like closer to rank 50 in terms of alive chieftains. You can see there's a lot of dead guys here. My goal actually is to, on stream today, get top 50 chieftains. Not push it any further than that. If I hit level 80, you know, maybe we'll stay alive and we'll hit level 90. I don't have any hopes of that. I probably need to swap to a different build that doesn't rely on taunting so much. But yeah, we can do a quick little demonstration of what the build is here. Just show you. I'm going to do a
If taunting is as awkward as it sounds, then what do we do? There's only two options that I can think of right now that makes sense to me, at least. Option one, make the taunter, make this Flame Totem, get it to Izaru, right? Get it to Izaru, then reroll into a champion and go Bama. Because then I can farm for Mirror Arrow bombarding clones from the lab, right? I can do something like that. Also, before I forget, Filter Blade. Create new filter. Never sync. Hardcore, stable. Rootless. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Gauntlet. All right. I just want that to be there. Anyways,
if I'm going to be talking and recording at the same time, we're going to do the safest map that we can, because I don't want to get distracted and accidentally die in the gauntlet here. Yeah, you can see I have 53 life at level 75. I am using the Oath of the Magi with no gems in my gloves to give me 25% increased life right there, which is really, really nice. All my gear is just going for armor, regen gear. If I can get Chaos Res or any spell suppression, we do want to get some of that. Rejuve Totem with GMP, multiple totem support, and then Flame Mode support. Frostblink, Arcane Surge, Life Tap, Clarity, Determination, Leap Slam, faster attacks, Scorching Ray. We can't use Wave of Conviction to do exposure because it has to do damage. So we're using Scorching Ray, which is really annoying because you have to channel for a couple seconds to get the exposure, but it does give us a negative 25 exposure, which is great. Casting damage taken, Molten Shell, no gems in the gloves. Tempest Shield, Sniper's Mark. I would prefer Flammability, but I am struggling to get the right gem colors. If I get a blue gem, I will use Flammability. Flame Wall, which I'm not 100% sure actually works, but I think it might because it is a projectile that is going through the wall, but it's kind of like when it hits the enemy. I'm not 100% sure on if that works, but Holy Flame Totem is our swap here for enemies that we can't taunt, but it does very, very little damage, so this is really just a vanity gem, to be perfectly honest. So let's show it working really quick. The clear here and the damage for my level is actually really, really good. As long as I can taunt an enemy it's actually like really good. Like I could just put it in the middle of the enemies. As soon as they get taunted, they just get vaporized. And also the build is really tanky. This is the tankiest, safest I've ever felt in a Gauntlet, and I may actually play around with Chieftain more because of this. I'm liking the max res, honestly. Max res and armor is feeling really good. Not to mention I am sneaking in some spell suppression as well, because why not? I'm addicted. I'm a right side tree enjoyer by trade, and I like the spell suppression. Anyway, you can see that even rares here, one volley there, and it mostly missed, almost one shot a rare. And that's how much damage this thing actually does. It's exceptional. Like I didn't even curse, I didn't do any exposure, and it's just so safe also standing this far back. Although I just tanked all those crystals. I didn't realize they were underneath me. Whoops. And let's just get to the zone boss here really quickly. Yeah, 5,300 life in white maps too. Just being able to scale that much life is...
I think the most reasonable thing to do if you really wanted to scale this is to go champion and have that 100% chance to taunt on hits, and then you would then path to the top side. But the only problem I have is I kind of want to go chieftain. I want that max res because of the Ellie pen. With Ellie pen, with Ellie pen in the campaign, being able to just scale one res and being able to have like really insane regen because of it would be very, very nice. But if I were to go any other thing that is not a chieftain, I have to get other res instead of just hard tunnel visioning on fire res, you know.
Is pretty good. And I'm not doing anything. I'm not dropping my other utility here or anything like that. Again, I'm running Tempest Shield, Determination, and Clarity. Not a single damage aura because we're in the Gauntlet. We can even do a Scary Essence Monster, right? I can taunt him and then stand back here. Taunt him more. Stand back here, be nice and safe. Don't have to take any risks. Nice, level 76.
I think it's a very safe leveler though. Like,
yeah, my original plan was actually, hey, I'm just gonna try something, try it out, see how the Gauntlet goes. I'll probably die at some point. And I felt so tanky all the way through. There were a couple little close calls, but I was never really close to dying at all. Besides, little close calls where I was not paying attention. I was just looking at chat. But as long as I'm looking at what's on the screen, particularly in the white maps now. White maps are also easier than the campaign, which is great. They scaled it down for us. There's not that many modifiers. In the campaign, it had penetrate.
Tell me why my anxiety went up when I saw that volatile core.
Chaos res really early. I was rocking positive chaos res. Like I think I had at one point I had 25, 30 chaos res, and then before I killed Katava, right, I had 50 plus, which made a very big difference in the comfort. I think a lot of people are still, man, even with Fizz's chaos in the Gauntlet, people don't hype. I like really prioritize chaos res in general when I play this game. I still see people saying, oh yeah, you're fine, 30 chaos res, red maps, you'll be fine. And I guess you're fine, but man,
I don't like dying.
So many arch nemesis modifiers especially that just add chaos res, add wither, everything like that. I just I don't know, I'm just a safety enjoyer, I guess. All right, let's see how the zone boss is. As long as I can taunt this guy, it's nice and easy. I don't remember if this guy's tauntable. So we stay back here. See if he gets taunted. Yeah, so this guy, oh, this is a perfect example. Okay, he is attacking. Nice, he gets taunted and he does attack. And yeah, pretty safe and easy. Ooh, going for an astral projector, nice. And you can see I've...
What up, Froggy? We're currently looking at what we want to play in the Gauntlet. And we're currently looking at Flamewood Totems. This is what I'm currently PoBing and everything because it makes the most sense defensively and offensively. You get to scale very, very chill, have really high regen and all of that good stuff. The problem is, well, I'm watching this video and it's mentioning how there are some bosses who are not tauntable, Kitava being one of them, and I'm like, What do you mean Kitava isn't tauntable? Like, how am I supposed to deal with that shit, you know? So it's making me question if I actually do want to go to build or not. Basically, that's it. That is the TLDR so far. I'm questioning the life decisions here. The alternative is going champion and trying to push for Bama. That would be the alternative. Use something like Toxic Rain up until I'm able to farm lab, and then from there go for farm lab for Bama. That is the alternative. My biggest if with that is that my biggest if is simply, what is it? I'd have to go bows. Bows don't have block. Without block, I'm eating a lot of damage. Now, granted, I would be a champion, so I could maybe go for a whole lot of, what you call it? I could go for maybe a whole lot of Warcry into. Just read the mod and it made me choke. Yeah, this Gauntlet is going to be very, very, very interesting to, like, campaign is going to be it's going to be a challenge, especially for minions. So the way I say, like, Bama is one of the few choices you can actually run on minions. Yeah, Act 6, you gotta deal with chaos damage. You better get that chaos res. So that's why I'm really considering Chieftain, because I can hyper focus on fire res, and that solves other res. So because I'm so overcapped on fire res and other res, I should then be able to run, you know, double amethyst rings and whatnot, and just have a comfortable time with my res overall. But yeah, I'm going to have to think about what I can do to solve the problem that will be bosses that don't get taunted. In theory though, we should be so tanky. We should be so tanky that it doesn't matter, and we can just hover around our totems till they get hit, and you know, they do what they're supposed to do. That said, theory doesn't always pan out. And at the end of the day, I do like the idea of Bama, because with Bama, I can off-screen. I can send them one screen away and they just fire. You know, I can send them, they fire some more. And when you're done, fire some more. So I don't really need to interact with enemies using Bama. And vice versa. I can also go Bama and go Witch. The only thing is, Witch has no defense for me, and that is a problem. That is a big problem. You know, compared to going Chieftain, where you have just free max res, you have, if you drop a ruby flask and you farm some and you just press it, all your max reses go up by 5. You run Purity of Fire, they've all gone up as well. You know, stuff like that. You just have insane, like, you just have really good max res by default just by going that. Those, like, that is the competition. Or if you go the other route, which is champion, you have taunts. Enemies that are taunted deal less damage. You just have base fortify, and then you can, in theory, scale banners. You may not have 100% uptime, but anytime you think anything even remotely scary would happen, you just press a button and you can get up to block cap even with a bow, because dread banner is a thing, or spell suppress cap if you need defiance banner. But again, it's not something that's always there, and it does mean it's not something that's always up, especially like if you have perfidy, then sure. But what are the odds you drop a perfidy? You know, that is the question. I have dropped a bunch of perfidies in in the league, so maybe it's possible to just farm it by playing or by sending shipments. I don't know. Map runners might be able to get you perfectly. I don't know. I don't know how long I'm playing the Gauntlet, so I don't think I'm going to farm enough to get perfectly. I'm not going to plan around it. If I do, then that's a no-brainer to do, but I doubt I'll get there. But yeah, that is what these are the two options we're currently thinking about. I'm really leaning towards Bama. The biggest downside is just I have to deal with lab over and over and over again until I get Blink Arrow or Mirror Arrow Bombarding Clone rather. Otherwise, maybe I could use regular Bama, but then the last 3 seconds and it's very awkward. I'd be spending so much, like I'd be focusing so much on the actual like getting all the minions I can have at one time out, and I'd spend basically none of that time moving around, dodging, whatever. I don't think I want that. So this is basically why I'm leaning towards this, because it doesn't get safer than taunting. You just press one button, you press your main damage button, they all get taunted. And if I'm able to figure out the whole taunt thing, I will be able to get Rejuve Totem on here as well. If I can get Rejuve Totems working with them, then, you know, we're chilling. Scion, in theory, should be able to do what I'm thinking, which is... Scion, in theory, should be able to get the Tauntaun hits from Champion, as well as still get, like, cover rare unique enemies with Ash, which is a huge debuff, by the way. Or instead go Necromancer and get minion damage, you know, all of that. We can go for really high flat, like we can do a lot with Scion as well. But I think defensively it doesn't get better than this. Well, I guess these two. But for the purpose of this build, I want to go for this guy. So yeah, I think we are going to just send the totems and hope for the best. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I also don't know if I'm actually going to use Righteous Fire or not. I don't know if I'm going to use Righteous Fire or not. I'll leave Righteous Fire here, but odds are I'm not going to, just so I can have like really high life regen. And then from this point on, am I going to come here? I could. Let me see, does he have a PoB? Yeah, he does. Let me see what his character looked like. How defensive he went, how offensive, all of that. Cannot evade, cannot be stunned. Interesting choice. I mean, this is no longer an option for us, so... I find it interesting that he pathed all the way here because... I mean, okay, wait. What totem was he using? He was using Rejuve Totem. This is not an attack totem. Why would he come for here unless you're going Panopticon? I guess just for all the totem. Okay, it's for Ironwood. Ironwood used to be here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So he's here. He just picks this up because totem damage. Totem damage. Oh yeah, there's an easy max res node here I should probably be trying to get to as well. He went inside here, picked this up, picked this, went all of this. Fire damage, AoE. Pathed here, he went. Yeah, early overload is a good call. Let me see. Let me look at my tree so far. This is Act 6. I think eventually Yeah, I think what I had in mind the first time was the smart thing to just go here. If I'm going to full send, because like eventually I want to get Ancestral Bond. And once I get Ancestral Bond, I can't deal damage myself. So in theory, even by Act 4, which we should have multiple totems at this point, like multi-totem support. What I should do by Act 4 is multiple totems and replace this with GMP. I don't know why it took me so long to think about GMP, but it do be like that. We're going to leave Righteous Fire in here just so I remember it's a thing. Might not go for it because I could just have 300 regen instead. So there's that. But anyways, if I am now on that route, I can drop all these points. 1, 2. That means it's just not worth picking up these points. It's not worth it. The early life regen is kind of worth it, but we are not going to have like insane. We don't have the luxury of refunding as much. So yeah, I think I'm going to just remove that. Regen suffers a lot, but it is what it is. It just means we pick this one up earlier as well. Yeah. So now that we've taken that out, Act 2 level 26. What is a fair level for Act 2? 22, 26 is fair. I'd say it is. Yeah, I'd say this is fair. And if I had to say anything further, I'd just, it's all just pathy nodes like this or something. But yeah, Act 3, 33, we definitely want to get some more points in, so we just go this, this, this. Pick up this. 40 by Act 3 is not... no bueno. 37 by Act 3. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe 37 by Act 3 is a bit overkill as well. Yeah, 32. 37 is kind of overkill, but honestly, it's not. What am I saying? It's Act 3. It's Dominus. Dominus is a whole pain in the butt. He's actually a whole pain in the butt. Then Act 4, 39. Yeah, we want to get more stuff here. Highest 42. Oh shit, Act 4 needs way more points. 44. So in theory, if I put a non-unique jewel here in endgame, all of this would become fire. Just all increased fire damage. Increased fire damage, so 16% increased fire damage. 16% increased fire damage. Yeah, this is still in the range, so maybe not that. This would... this as extra fire would be wasted. And also, this would also become the same thing, so... 44. That was a level 40, so we're just going to do this. I was thinking, do I want to go for more damage or more defenses? I think in most cases the answer should be more defenses, so I just go for 47. 53. 53 by Act 5. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of overkill, but maybe I'll just do that. $45 by Act 4. Yeah. And then 50 by Act 5. I want to be at a minimum 5 levels above. At a minimum. Then Act 6, 59. That's overkill. I'm not going to farm to 59. So going to take away some points. This is a long time to not go without the fire mastery. What am I even thinking? It is a long time to not go without the fire mastery. There's no reason to not have it by Act 6. Heck, I should be trying to beeline it even more so than this guy. So I'm going to just do that instead. So you still had that. That kind of explains a lot. So 50 in Act, whatever this is, 5. Yeah. Then Act 6. Honestly, I low-key think by Dominus I want to have Ancestral Bond. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Act 6, we established that Act 6 is level 50. So this is overkill for Acts. Oh no, it's not actually. It's underkill. We need more points. Yo, the level just stayed still. I'm like, is this bugged? But I guess it's because there's so many points, so many free points in like this section or something. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Act 7. Is there anything here I should be trying to get at this point? I should be dropping this at this point. Like at some point in the leveling, I should drop that. And then I should come up here. This is Act 7. Where are we going to be in Act 7? 54. So, needless to say, we're going to be 60 seems fair. Actually going to do this instead. And with this, we're going to throw in another aura. This aura is going to be... Can I fit in a grace? Def no. Tempest shield. Yeah. This is going to be Tempest shield. I also haven't gotten block cap by any means, but I'll work on block soon. Maybe I should get block earlier. Because like, there's this node right here that I can pick up at any point. I'll leave it for Act 8, I guess. If I feel like I'm taking too much damage at any point during the campaign, I'll make the executive decision then to pick this node up. And then we also have access to this spell block wheel right here to also help with capping spell block. Okay. By the way, at some point, I'll just go Act 7 plus or something. Now, this guy should have Tempest Shield. This guy should be... Well, we're not switching to Molten Shell until we're done with the campaign and all those bleed areas. And we have a source of like... We have a flask that has anti-bleed on it, right? Then, well, Molten Shell should be the primary thing. Do I want to bother with exposure? Like Scorching Ray, do I really want to bother with that? I don't think I have a choice though. I don't think I have much of a choice. Okay. I think we at least have a shell. Give me a second. Okay, I think this is enough of a shell. I don't think there's anything that's... The chances of even living to this point are slim. So, oh yeah, I should probably pick this up at some point. So, I'm hesitant to plan further from here, but like, next steps would include maybe getting some block there, picking up the easy max res here, dropping this, dropping here, stuff like that. Like, again, I would have to live first. Like, I actually would have to get through all of the rough spots to get to the point where I'm worrying too much about all these other sites. So yeah, we're going to leave it here. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be playing some Gauntlet, I guess. For now, I'm just going to look at this, see if there's anywhere I kind of want to improve on, see if there's any stats here that looks scuffed in the way of like maybe armor as I'm leveling and stuff like that, because I think armor is the scariest thing for me right now. I don't have much in the way of armor, right? I haven't picked up much armor. I have a lot of regen, I have a lot of other stuff, but not much in the way of armor. So we'll probably revise the tree, maybe pick up some resistances, maybe not go through the path we did go through, which is all that early res in the center plus regen and just spending points there, you know, and actually cleaning it up and stuff like that. That'll probably be what I end up doing, and figuring out how to get more block, more block, more armor, more life. I do think I kind of like Subtractem's pathing. It seems more defensive, and I like that, so we'll see. I also like Unwavering Stance because I hate being stunned. I don't like not being able to evade, but how many hits was I evading regardless, and I'm going to be relying more on block than anything else. So we'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Until then, good night.